Omega moet.
Oh ja, we krijgen allemaal comments op die livestreams. Want to become famous by followers.
Waar zie je comments dan?
In StreamYard, kanaal 3.
Dat is echt spam.
Ja, dat is spam op, ik denk dan op YouTube zeker, of ik weet niet waar die comments naartoe gaan. Of op Twitch.
Dat is meteen spam.
The Omita framework is an enterprise-ready software platform that makes it possible to set up an easy integration between your existing back-office applications and push all the relevant information into digital workplaces. Omita has developed various kinds of solutions which can be easily deployed and linked to your back-office applications. Omita has solutions for contract management, HR to speed up onboarding and offboarding processes, sales dashboards, shop floor portals, and many more. If you want more information, visit our website.
Goedemorgen. Oh, sorry, good morning. Can everyone hear me? Okay. First of all, let me share my screen. So I think you can see my screen. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining my session. Today I'm gonna show you the integration about Microsoft 365 with Power Apps, Power Automate, and Power BI, and also how they are integrated within Teams. You can all let me start the session. If you have any questions, please feel free to put it in the chat. And I have asked the moderators to collect all those questions for me. And if there are any questions, I can answer them for you. Okay, first of all, thank you all sponsors. Without the sponsors, we don't have this great events. And we saw a lot of promotion videos of them. And once again, thank you for all the sponsors for today. Here's a slide of our code of conduct, and please feel free to take a look on it. And here I'm going to show you who I am. I'm Michelle Wong. I'm a Microsoft 365 consultant, and I'm also a Microsoft Business Application MVP. My main focus is on SharePoint Online, Microsoft Teams, and also everything related with Power Platform. And I'm owner of 365 Power Consulting Services. Over here, you can see my LinkedIn and Twitter handle. So please feel free to get connected. My daughter, little artist bro, Rochelle, draws some drawings for me. So I promised her to use it as much as possible. So I also put it over into my speaker slide. And if you want her to draw a little art avatar or something for you, please feel free to reach out to her. Okay, I just want to deep dive into the scenario. So just in case scenario, how it looks like, and then we go into the flows and the settings, and then I will go to show you the demo. Here I think about a business case scenario. For example, a company wants to keep track on all the users and customers about their appointments. Maybe we have some maintenance we have to do, or points of sales or sales opportunities. And they want to keep track, and maybe we can do some status reports on the location, on their locations. So also, they want to have a summary report about all the information. To do this, without any extra money to pay third parties, etc., software, we want to do it in Microsoft 365. And we want to use Power Apps or Power Automate to check in our location with use of our GPS. And also, we use just a SharePoint list as a main source. We then use a Power BI to generate a report for us, because we can link our Power BI into our SharePoint as a data source. And also we put all things together into teams, so all things is well integrated with each other. And for all users, we can just see what is the most simple, best way to use. Is it a Power App? Is it a Teams? Or is it a Power Automate check-in button? So we can do some calculation afterwards and make some decisions. So here's the business flow. As I said, we use SharePoint list as a source. And then Power BI is linked to this SharePoint list. Also, we created a Power App where we can do our check-in. We can add in our information, and also it is linked back to the Power BI with the report, so they can also see some reports in the Power App itself. Beside that, we also have Power Automate. And Power Automate, we have two different flows. One flow is a check-in button for our users, for our sales persons who is on location and they want to check in. It's just a button. They have to fill in some pre-required information, and then they can check in their locations just for our reports. The second one is to do a refresh over our data in Power Apps. If we fill in the information in Power Apps, it needs to be refresh the data, so the data will be pushed into Power BI. So we need a second flow to do this. Okay. Of course, Power Automate and Power Apps are linked to the linked to SharePoint as the list to do the update. So if I pushed a GPS location in my Power Automate app, then a new item will be created into my SharePoint list, because that's the main source. Finally, we grab all things together, and you can see in Teams, we can put our Power App into Teams. We can put our Power BI report into Teams, and we can also use Flowbots to refresh the Power BI data if needed. So here are some setups. I just grabbed some main important things you have to think about when you want to do this. Afterwards, I will share the the PDF, so you can my PowerPoint slides, so you can try it by yourself. Here's just a SharePoint list with a lot of columns. Just the columns that we needed for the reports. Nothing fancy over here, but just persons who is in charge, some services, choices, some status, and also the longitude and the latitude column, so we can put the coordinates of the location into the SharePoint list. This is a sample how it looks like. Yep. And then we go over to the Power BI setup. For the Power BI setup, there are some main things you have to notice. First of all, in our Power BI desktop, you connect the data source. You connect it to a SharePoint list as a data source. So you go get data and then select online services, and then you can choose the SharePoint online link. You can choose the SharePoint online list as the point. Then you put in the SharePoint list, and then you connect with your Microsoft account, and then you can choose the data. Okay, once you have the data into your Power BI desktop, you have to transform the data a little bit. The main important thing you have to do is the person in charge, because in Power BI is a person in charge column. That's the people field in SharePoint list. It's just a ID. So on the left hand side of the slide, you see in SharePoint list, it's a person in charge. It's a name. It's a name field. But in Power BI, you see the ID column. This is the ID of the person in your tenant. So we have to do, we scroll, what you have to do is scroll to the right, and then you can find a column field value as text. And then you uncheck it, and then you select person in charge, and then you can, it will automatically transform that into a readable name. That's the first thing you have to do. Secondly, you just create the Power BI charts and visuals that you want to do in your report. And thereafter, one thing you might want to do is schedule refreshes, because a SharePoint data source, it will not refresh it automatically into Power BI. So you can do it with a schedule refresh. Let's say you set 8 o'clock in the morning and 1 p.m. in the 1 p.m. So it will refresh two times per day. But be aware, you are limited to 8 refreshes per 24 hours, except you have a premium license on Power BI. Then you have more refreshes per day you can use. Okay, then we go over to the Power App setup. In the Power App setup, first thing you have to do is create a connection within Power BI and Power App. Once Power App and Power BI are integrated, then the information will also be related with each other. So you go to the Power BI desktop, you create your charts, you create your visuals, and in the visualizations, you will find an icon. It's called Power Apps for Power BI. When you click on that, you will see something like a wizard, and in the wizard, you select what kind of Power App you want to connect. You can choose an existing one, but you can also create a new one. When you create a new one, you see the fields that's available because the Power BI already linked in with SharePoint list items. So I just select the fields that I want to use in Power App. So you select all the fields that you needed in Power App, and then you get connected. Then you will switch over to Power App. And an important thing when you are switch over to Power App, you see on the point 3, you will see Power BI integration. You will see a component Power BI integration. So that's the important thing. And when you see the integration within Power BI and Power Apps, you can start building your Power App Canvas app. Okay. That's the next step. Create the Power App as you wish, and just think about the usability, and think about what is handy for us, for the users, and for the management to do their work. So just grab all the requirements, create your Power App, and then that's finished. Okay, then we switch over to Power Automate. I will show all the steps, and then afterward I will do the demo. So no worry about that. But just let you know the main things. Okay, in Power Automate, I created a first flow, and the first flow is use Power Automate button to get my location. With use of the Power App, you can install the Power Automate app, and then I can choose the button, and with my mobile phone, I can get can grab the GPS coordinates. So this is how the flow looks like. For sure, I also add a new row into my Excel. That's just for sure. In case there's something wrong, I can have an extra backup to save it. The Excel is saved into OneDrive for Business. And grab the basic information of the user profile, and then when I have all the information, just create a new item into the SharePoint list. That's all. This is how it looks like on the mobile. On the mobile, you have buttons, and then click on the green button. In this example, it's called Demo Check-in Location and Extra Info. I can select the service, some work description, and maybe some extra remarks, and then submit, and then a new item will be created into my SharePoint list. So that's it. The second flow, as I said before, the second flow is just from Power App to use Power Automate to do a data set refresh. That's to push the new data from the changes I did in Power App and refresh the data to the data set resources in Power BI. So that's just the cycle you have to do. And then over here you see as an example from Power BI, from Power Apps connection, refresh a data set, and then I can choose the workspace where I have saved my Power BI data set, and then just select it and save it. Just a simple refresh trigger. Okay. Finally, we go to the Microsoft Teams setup. And once my Power App is ready, is finished, and then I can go over to my Power App Studio, and then click on the three dots. I can click Add to Teams, and then you will see an extra pop-up, and in the pop-up you can download the Power Canvas app. Once you have downloaded the zip file, you can go over to your Teams client, and then on the left-hand side on apps, you can upload the app you have created. Of course, you have the admin. The admin needs to enable upload custom apps. That's on the Teams Admin Center. You can enable or disable it, but that depends on the company requirements and policies. But if it's possible, you can go to the apps, upload your app that you have created, and then you can see it's in point 4, built for 365 Power, and then I can find my check-in point. That's the app, the Power App. You can also, on the left-hand side here, as you can see, on the left-hand side from Teams, you have also some buttons. You can also add the app. You pin it as a button on the left-hand side in Teams, and that you can do it on the Teams Admin Center. You go to the Teams app, and on the setup policies, you can also add this app as an extra pin on the left-hand side. You can see it on point number 2. When it's added, you can add it on one of the as one of the buttons. But if you want to do this, the app has to be uploaded as an organization and not only for the app team, for the team. Okay, once it's available, you go to the Teams, and in the Team Channel Edit tab, you can choose out of different applications. And over here, you can see the check-in points. That's the app, how I called. You can also choose the Power BI and then select the Power BI report that you have created, and then you can find it as a tab in your team. So that's it. And now it's time to do my demo. I have some times left. Okay. Are there any questions so far? Not hearing some. Oh, sorry. So let's put some voice. And any questions so far?
So far, no questions, Michelle. People are commenting, nice slides, nice pictures. So job well done on that, but no questions so far.
Okay. Just a side tip. Those icons that I've used is new in PowerPoint. Just go insert and then go to icons, and then there is you can have a lot of icons you can choose to use, and also some stickers. So that's new in PowerPoint, and I use TaffyCat. I think, yeah, I use TaffyCat as some stickers into my slide to make it more fancier. This is side trick. Okay. So I go over to my. Let's start with SharePoint. This is my SharePoint list. As I show, not something difficult, I think, for you. It's just a list with different columns, and in the columns, I set the necessary information that I need for my for the reports. Actually, for the reports. So just a basic, simple SharePoint list. And then we go over to the Power BI desktop. Power BI desktop. I already opened it here, I think. No, not yet. Yeah, just go over to the Power BI desktop. And then you can create a new one. I already have, so you can see how I can get connected, because that's important. That's the most important step you have to do. So this is my I just start from scratch in the Power BI. It's loading a little bit slow, but I can choose Get Data. And over here, when it's loaded, I go to Online Services and I choose SharePoint Online as a list. I grab the location. So just grab the location of this list. See? And over here, I paste the root URL. Say OK. Now it will link to the SharePoint list. Normally, it will ask you to use your login credentials, but I already have my information saved on the Power BI desktop, so it automatically grabs the SharePoint site, and over here I can choose what kind of source I want to use as a data set. In this case, I choose check-in, check-out location, and I click on transform data. Then I go over to the Power Query editor, and as I mentioned, I just see here, over here, person in charge ID and the person in charge string. Person in charge in my SharePoint list that's the display name of this field. This is a person. This is an person type, person or group type, person field. But in Power BI, it's an ID, a user ID. So I have to scroll over to the right side and find the column value, this one, field value as text. I select this on the filter. It's loading all the columns. And then I unselect it and I choose person in charge. I click OK, and then I got an extra field with display name. So if I want to show the display name in my Power BI report, I have to select this one instead of the person in charge column, because that will show an ID. That's it. And then I close and apply. So I go over to my Power BI report. Yeah, it's still loading. Once I get my data on the right side, I can start grab the visuals and select the information you want to use and choose the fields that you want to show up over here. I'm not showing this because otherwise I will get lack of my, I will overdo the time. But you can just show this and then create your own report. Yep. So I show my this one. I've created one for the demo, so I just show the demo report that I've created, so you can link it better together. So this is a sample. This is a sample report that I have created. Okay. Okay. Sorry for this. So can I get this? Now it stopped. Okay. Now it's still thinking. So I forgot to show you another thing that I want to mention. I switch over to the Power BI report that we created from scratch, right? Okay. Then one thing I want to show is on the visuals, you also have the Power Apps for Power BI button. When you click on these visuals, a new Power App wizard will show up over here. And then I can select which columns on the right side, which fields I want to use in my Power App. So I just select all the informations I want. I also get this pop-up again. Oh, I see. Maybe I'm not signed in, so it's continue asking me the questions. But when I click on here and I can say, hey, create a new Power App for me. So you will switch over to the Power App Studio. So I just switch. Okay, it's asking for sign up. So that's why I get the pop-up again. Sorry for that, but let's switch over to the Power App. Here's the Power App that I've created. Not that much fancy, but you get the idea. Over here on the left-hand side, you see the Power BI integration. Over here, you see the integration with Power BI, and then I can create my screens in Power App. Now, as I mentioned, I created a gallery on my first slide, and in the gallery, it's yes, I first switch over to my data source. I created a connection to my SharePoint list to grab all the data. There is a connection with my Power BI, and also another connection is the flow to refresh my data sets. So here's a first screen, the gallery, just the necessary information. I can do some filter by started, this filter by status, on hold or completed. And let's play this app. That should be better. So I can do my selection, things that's on hold, that's completed, and also I can select one of these items, and then I get the details of this item. If I want to edit this, I can say, hey, edit this item, and I can choose other things that I want to change and save it. Also, this item, this Power App is available in the Power app. So if users want to make some reports, maybe they want to take a photo from a machine also, they also can click on attach file and use the camera function on their mobile phone. If there's time left, I can use it on my on my mobile phone also, to show you how it looks like. But from the desktop, if I click on the attached file, I can choose a file that's available over here. But from the mobile phone, it's used the camera function. So I go back. You can see all the information that's listed on the SharePoint list. I have created another screen that's View Map. That's a new component from Power App. That's the geolocation. You can see, because I get all the coordinates from the users, I can use these points to point it into a map view. And you can see, here in Germany, there's one colleague to do a showcase of our latest product catalog. And if I click over here, this is another one talking about Microsoft Teams. In Amsterdam, there's another daily maintenance. And over here in the north of the Netherlands, that's where I live, I did some testing, and it's grabbed my locations from that. So you can see there are more than, I can scroll and zoom in. You can zoom in and you see how much items it's available over here. So that's, and of course I can zoom out. You can see maybe there are other locations over the world. It will point the points just to show you the new map view functions, but it can be handy for management and for people to know, hey, where are the points where we are using and working and located. So I go over back to the home, and here is a field report. That's a third screen that I use. In over here, you see the icon of Power BI. Now it's loading the Power BI report that I have created in Power BI desktop. You see, here is the report. It's an interactive report. So if I click on started, you will see the data will change So management can see, hey, I see Ryan is doing my daily maintenance and started. If I click over another status, the data will change. You can see it over here. So for this demo, let's create a new one. I say demo our latest products, and it is a sales opportunity. Status is started, and remarks you can do. Not sure why. Okay, let's save it. And now it's pushed a new item into my SharePoint list. I go over to my SharePoint list. I do a refresh. You see here, number saved in demo, our latest product. So Power App is pushed a new item. It's integrated with SharePoint. When I go over to my when I go over to my Power App canvas and I go to my Power App, you see here is the new the latest one, demo, our latest product. If I click over here, if I click over here, you can see the check-in information. I can edit this and I say, hey, this is work in process. I can also attach some files if needed and save. So it's this now. This is updated in work in process, in work in progress. If I look back to my main source, status, work in progress. Okay. Then I go back to I go over to the view, and let's see if I can see it over here. Work in progress. Is which one? But it should be over here, but I'm not seeing this. Anyway, that's the report part. See, I still have some time left, so I go over. I switch over to the flow. In flow, if I play this, I can edit this flow. You can see in the Power Automate flow, it's a trigger is a button. Over here, I just ask, hey, what kind of service is this? Fill in some information and remarks. Add a new item in my OneDrive for Business, and then after all, fill in, create a new item into my SharePoint list. It's also actually the same thing for Power App, but just only a button with information that I can fill in. That's the first flow. The second flow is a connection with Power BI. Power App, and over here I do a refresh. Just from Power App, I go to my workspace and the data set is CollabDays check-in report, and then it's doing data set refresh for me. When the Power BI report is ready, you can publish this, and when it's published, you can see it in your Power BI over here. You can see here is my report. I open my report on my Power BI online. This is the same Power BI report that I've created, and you can see this in the Power App canvas also. Here I see all the information, and let's see. Let's see this. This is the information that I want to show. Yeah, so this is all connected with each other. And the last thing I want to show is the teams. Sorry, here. in Teams, I go over to Teams, and in test team, I just grab a new team over here. You can click on the add button, and you can see here check-in point. I already uploaded. On the left-hand side, you can click on the apps and upload an app. And here is the app available. Go over to Teams. I click on check-in point and then add this. Then it's loading, and I can save this. So my Power App is also available as a tab in my Teams. If I click on the plus button, I can also choose the Power BI report that I've created. It's on my workspace, CollabDays, and save. And also this one is available for me. In Teams, you can also use Flowbot, and I say, hey, list all the flows that's available. List flows. Sorry, this is not available because that's the refresh is from Power BI, from Power App. So this is all the information. You can see it's integrated with each other. And that's what I want to show you. Are there any questions so far? I'm not sure, but
No questions so far, Michelle. No, you're doing great. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, I can also show it on mobile how it looks like, but I think it's good to show you all the information that you want to use from Microsoft and Power Platform. It's well integrated with each other. So that's the main purpose from this presentation. Of course, on each application, you need to spend some time to create your report, to create the Power App, let's say, and maybe the flow. But once it's finished, all things will match with each other. So I still have 3 minutes left, so I finish my Power App PowerPoint presentation. No questions so far. Once again, thank you for all the sponsors, and also thank you for attending to my session. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. Let's get connected. You see my Twitter handle and LinkedIn page. And yes, thank you for joining, and feel free to reach out, and have a nice day. Thank you very much.
The Omita framework is an enterprise-ready software platform that makes it possible to set up an easy integration between your existing back-office applications and push all the relevant information into digital workplaces. Omita has developed various kinds of solutions which can be easily deployed and linked to your back-office applications. Omita has solutions for contract management, HR to speed up onboarding and offboarding processes, sales dashboards, shop floor portals, and many more. If you want more information, visit our website. The Omita framework is an enterprise-ready software platform that makes it possible to set up an easy integration between your existing back-office applications and push all the relevant information into digital workplaces. Omita has developed various kinds of solutions which can be easily deployed and linked to your back-office applications. Omita has solutions for contract management, HR to speed up onboarding and offboarding processes, sales dashboards, shop floor portals, and many more. If you want more information, visit our website.
All right. Good morning, everyone. And I'm very pleased to introduce you to Jesper. Jesper Roosevelt, who will be doing his session about Teams governance from A to Z. I guess a topic that we are all very interested in since the immense burst of Teams and the explosion of Microsoft Teams that we've seen since the beginning of this year. Jesper, take it away, man.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. So let's see. Let's start the slideshow and hope everything goes well. Otherwise, you have to step in. So welcome, everybody. I'm going to talk about Microsoft Teams governance. Of course, thanks to the sponsors for making this event possible. Yeah, well, I'm not going to read this whole thing. Just in general, just be nice to each other. I think that covers it all. So yeah, I don't think it should be an issue for this for the conference and the people who are watching. Yeah, so that's me and my big face. So my name is Jesper Roosevelt. I work as a modern workplace consultant for InSpark. And I'm also Microsoft MVP, and my focus in my daily work and of course also in the community is around governance, compliance, and Microsoft Teams. And I live in Amsterdam, the Netherlands. So that's also the reason you see me walking under the stairs, because space is limited if you're not a millionaire.
Jesper, I have to break in because it seems your microphone is not working correctly, and it's very quiet, very low volume.
Yeah, I'm going to change it. Here we go, audio. Yeah, is this better?
This is much better. Yes.
Okay. So do I have to repeat my lame jokes? I will save those. Yeah. So okay. So again, just break in if it's not good, but I think this one should work. Yeah, I'm still waiting for another cable for my microphone on my desk. So that is wonderful. So let's continue. Yeah. So how can you set up a successful governance strategy? We do this in 3 steps. So again, feel free to use this within your own company or with your customers. Slides will also become available after the session. So again, we do it in 3 steps. We start with a workshop. Then we define a governance strategy. And last but not least, you also need to implement your strategy. So, but before I do that, when I talk to my customers, I always do a little bit of an introduction with Microsoft Teams. Of course, it's been around for many years now, but that doesn't mean that every customer or every employee is really familiar with Teams and what it is and what it can do. Don't worry, I'm not going to bother you with a demo and show you how you can create a channel and stuff like that. That is something I do show customers, of course, but for time purposes, I will skip that part. But what I do, I start with this introduction, basically giving a summary what Teams is and what the pillars are of Teams. So the first one, of course, is chat. And with chat, it's just personally, I find it a more informal, a more fun way of communicating with each other. And it will also reduce the amount of emails you get, because you don't need to send an email for every question you have. And these days, it's also easier to involve external people within Teams. So that can also save you up emails you're sending towards your customers, for example. Yeah, and I often also talk about how it can stimulate a more informal culture. But especially in Netherlands, that's not really a business case because we're pretty informal people anyway. But maybe in the country where you live and work, that is something that needs some attention. And that is something, for example, the management is wanting to implement. That's definitely a good way to do. So the second one is Meet. Yeah, so of course, there's having meetings. Online meetings where you can share your screen, where you, for example, can work together in whiteboard. Soon Microsoft is releasing an update where all the information of your meetings, especially if it's a recurring meeting, is gathered in one central place. So you can see meeting notes, potential recordings, all the participants. So that definitely makes your meetings a lot more efficient and effective. The third one, I always skip, but I have to mention it, but this is one is really aimed at like the call center functionality. So something that was Skype for Business was used for many years, like the whole PBX stuff. I'm not even going to pretend that I know anything about that, but I have to mention it because it is a part of Microsoft Teams. Next one, of course, again, no surprise, is collaboration. So being able to collaborate with your colleagues, but of course also with external people, for example, your suppliers or your customers, or yeah, maybe some other external entity. And automate, that's of course the integration of business processes within Microsoft Teams. And for example, yeah, what we do internally within InSpark, well, not at the moment because everybody's working from home, but when we still worked at the office, you could participate in company lunch, but you have to pay for it, and I believe that's more because of tax reasons. But there is a bot that recognizes if you're in the office. It sends you a message around 1 o'clock, and it says, hey, I've seen you've been at the office. Have you participated in lunch? So then it's the honorary system. So yeah, they assume everybody's honest. I think everybody is, otherwise it's a bit lame. So if I say yes, there's a signal sent to another system called AFAS. And yeah, I think it's more of a Dutch system. Maybe in Belgium it's also familiar. But that system registers it, and it automatically deducts it from my salary. And this process used to be done manually. So again, this saves the employee had to do it manually time, so she can focus now on more important tasks. And yeah, it just saves a lot of time and money. It's just one example, but you can do a lot more with that. And I believe there are multiple sessions around this topic anyway. So definitely check those out. So then normally I do a demo. Sorry, and normally I do a demo. And then basically I use this slide as a summary of what I've talked about, the slide before in the demo. To really show people that with Teams, you do have really a nice centralized experience where you don't have to switch that much between applications. Because what I noticed personally for myself is that you can focus a lot better when you just work into one application. You don't have to switch that much between, browser, another application, your mail, and just very distracting. So Teams definitely helps with that. And I know this is a little bit of a marketing term, but I do notice an increase in productivity, because I don't have to switch that much, and I notice it with customers as well. I do find it hard to pinpoint a percentage, but it definitely helps. And of course, there's still a lot of customers who are trying to stimulate and enhance like a digital transformation within their company, so they can use cloud services, innovate quicker, use the latest features and updates. Well, Teams is a cloud application, right? So that automatically helps as well, setting a right step into that direction. And last but not least, your data is, of course, compliant and secure within the data centers of Microsoft. But it doesn't mean, I mean, there's a difference what happens to the data on your device, right? Once that's the case, it's not Microsoft responsibility anymore. So let's say an employee loses a phone or a laptop, you cannot like complain to Microsoft saying like, hey, we lost valuable data. They're like, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, there's not much we can do about that. That's where a lot of services are available. For example, classification, data loss prevention, retention policies. I'll touch upon that a little bit later in the session. But I just want to emphasize how important that aspect is as well when you work with Teams. But it's something you have to do. So Microsoft provides the tools, but you have to implement them. So then I also ask my customers a lot, so, hey, you've seen me talk about Teams, you've seen a demo of Teams. What are some of the worries you have when you are going to implement this? Or maybe you already implemented it, and what are your worries around that implementation? Again, what I noticed, I've asked this a lot, but I noticed there are now basically like 6 or 7 bullet points that come back all the time. So one of these is a Teams explosion. There's I think a real worry that if Teams is implemented, there's an explosion of Teams. There are going to be dozens, maybe hundreds of Teams, and it will just become very hard to manage. This is a very realistic worry, because if I'm in Teams and I can just create a team by myself and I call it marketing, and another colleague does it too, Teams doesn't tell you, hey, wait a minute, there is already a team called marketing, so we'll just create another one. That's lovely. So what will happen is you can maybe have 5 teams that all are created for the same purpose, and then eventually nobody really knows which one to use anymore. Especially if there's not really a proper naming convention / policy, it can be difficult to know what the team is being used for or what should be used for. That's difficult for employees, but definitely also for IT to manage. Search is being improved within Teams. It's not there yet, but they announced it at Ignite. But for now, it's not that easy to find teams. Like we have expert teams. So let's say there's an expert team called compliance, but if I search for compliance, it's not going to find it. So let's say you have a self-service scenario implemented where everybody can create a team. Yeah, there's a risk that people just create a new one because they can't find it. Well, the complexity is, the first time I heard it, I was kind of surprised, but then I talked with the customer about it and I kind of understand it. If you create a new team, you do get a lot of questions that are not always clear for a non-technical employee. Do you want to base it on Microsoft 365 group? Well, most people don't even know what it is. So the whole creation process is being improved, and especially with the arrival of Teams templates, it's becoming a bit easier, but it still can be quite complex. Well, this is the last one, and this one is very valid, especially these days when everybody works from home. Yeah, there's the risk of a data leak. People can, by accident, maybe add like sensitive information in a chat, or they share a sensitive document. Maybe that team is being shared with an external person, and that external person can just download all the files and then can share it with people who should not see that content. Again, something we'll address in this session. If you have any questions, by the way, you can just drop them in Discord, and I will go over them at the end of the session. I turned Discord off because it was doing pop-ups, so it's a bit distracting. But definitely drop your questions in Discord. So what happens if you don't address these worries? Again, this won't be very surprising, but of course it can result in failed user adoption. Right? People get irritated, they don't know how it works, and then what it could result in Teams not being used at all, and it would be a huge shame. And the second one is, of course, more the IT aspect. It'll become very hard to manage all the teams and the whole Teams rollout in general. That results in IT needing a lot of time to do that, and that will maybe takes away time from other valuable tasks they have. So why is, maybe you already kind of see why governance is important, but this again, this is a little bit of a summary as well. So first of all, it is very important when you set up a governance strategy that you involve two audiences, so IT and the business. And why should you do that? Well, there are a couple of reasons. It will prevent a lot of miscommunication and frustration down the line if you start to implement Teams. These two audiences don't always have an understanding of each other's requirements, responsibilities, and worries. So if you bring them together from the start, you can talk about those things, and believe me, they will definitely help with your implementation and long-term rollout and usage of Teams. Well, the second one is that you do contribute to successful adoption. So my advice always is, don't only do governance, also do adoption. And don't only do adoption and don't do governance. You have to do them both. And of course, adoption is all aimed at making sure Teams is used the way it should be used and the way you want to use it, so people have benefit from using it. But in your governance strategy, you make decisions that impact your adoption part. For example, maybe you are setting up a system where people have to apply to you to create a team. So you have to make sure people understand how that works. Teams owners, that's often a role that's assigned to employees. They need to understand the responsibilities they have that comes with that role. Just a couple examples. Maybe you have some internal procedures and you maybe need to apply to some regulations, maybe within your country or the European Union or maybe outside. If you just turn on Teams, I'm 100% certain this will become an issue because Teams doesn't know what regulations you have to follow or what internal procedures you have. So let's say you just turn on Teams, everybody can add an external app from the App Store. And there's so many apps in there. And like, I think 90% have no idea what it is and what it can do. And it could be fine, but it can also be a risk. And maybe people start to chat or upload documents with BSN numbers or like social security numbers or maybe IBAN numbers. And that's something that maybe is not allowed. So that can create maybe some serious issues for your company. So that's something you need to think about as well. And last but not least, now Microsoft Teams is of course part of Microsoft 365 groups. And when you create a team, a lot happens, right? It's not just a team. You get a planner, you still get a group in Stream. Power BI can be connected. You get a team site in SharePoint. There's what is it? A shared calendar is created. A shared inbox. So a lot is happening. So two sides. One side, IT. They need to understand what the impact is and what that means for their administration part. And of course, the business needs to know how they should work and how they can work with those tools that are also enabled once you create a team. So, well, when that's done, we do a workshop. And the workshop I always do in 2 hours. And the first part is just going over the topics that need to be addressed. And then there's a follow-up session in a couple weeks where all these topics ideally are have all the information we need. We can make a decision and then we can move forward. But again, I can't go into all of these topics because of the time I have. But you need to set up a scope. So what's the scope of your Microsoft Teams governance? Mostly this is always enabling collaboration internally, externally. Well, the second one is, what are your vision and goals of the organization of using Teams? And this you can use within your adoption strategy or reuse if you already defined it there. But this is what you use to basically convince and communicate towards your towards the business, right? To the I don't like the word end user anymore. I think Benjamin Nyland kind of ruined that for me because he said one time end users are kind of like drug addicts. So since he said that, every time I say end users, that just kind of brings that back to me. So let's say just employees. Well, let's say you set up a whole strategy. You need to have a group of people who make sure people comply to the strategy and that the strategy is also updated because the world changes, Teams changes. So yeah, let's say you finalize a strategy on Monday. Couple months from down the line, there's going to be new functionalities. Maybe there's something else happened within your company or outside the company that impacts your rollout of Teams. So that needs to be updated. Roles and responsibilities. So these vary from administrator roles, so like who's the global admin, what are the responsibilities, to what are the responsibilities of owners in Teams, members, guests, and last but not least, you also need to address what departments are connected to this rollout and usage of Teams, and what are their overall responsibilities. And this is mainly aimed to prevent miscommunication again down the line, so people don't know, okay, who is actually responsible for this task? Oh, well, we wrote that down, so this is the person or this is the department. This is one we'll dive more into, so skip that. You also need to talk about and discuss what are some of the procedures that impact the usage of Teams. So these vary from how do you make sure when somebody starts within your business that they get a license, they're added to the team. Let's say they leave your company. How do we make sure the license is deactivated, maybe some data secured, etc., etc. And the last one, of course, is new features and updates. Unfortunately, Teams is not part of the first release principle or target release. It's the same thing, always mix them up. That said, there are other options to know what's happening with Teams. And one of the main ones is the message center in the Office 365 admin center. So I highly recommend taking a look at that at least once a week, especially these days because it goes really fast. So what are some of the workload topics you need to discuss? Also, a whole list. I'm sorry that you have to go over it. I know it looks maybe a bit tedious, maybe a bit long, but it is very important that you do that, especially to guarantee a successful rollout and long-term usage of Teams. So we'll start with collaboration templates. Because Teams is often used for multiple purposes, right? But in Teams, if you create a team, it's just a team, right? But you need to define with your customer, how do you want to use Teams? For what kind of collaboration purposes? So you define your templates. I just wrote down 4. These are the most common ones. But I do advise to keep it simple and small. Don't define 10, because it will increase the complexity. So start with a couple. Once you've done this, then all the follow-up slides basically have to be applied to each template. Yeah, I'll probably repeat that a couple times. So you need to think about, do we need to have a naming convention or a naming policy for these templates? Well, this is optional. You don't have to do this. I'll give you an example with one of our customers that they had to do it because for them it made sense. There are 2 things basically you can do. The first one is that you can add, for example, an abbreviation and then the name of the team. Well, you see an example here. Or maybe you want to change the SharePoint URL. Well, that part only works at provisioning. So if you want to set up an URL like that, you have to use some sort of provisioning solution. You can create your own and you can acquire one. A couple options. Unfortunately, it's not ideal. You have an Azure AD naming policy where you can add a prefix and or a suffix and combine it with a profile property or add a word. Again, sounds complex. It is sort of complex and it doesn't really work. And I'll tell you a little bit later why, but it is an option. of course, and this is a very common one, you can connect it to a provisioning solution, and then you can apply that example I gave in the previous slide. If you go more for a self-service scenario, and that, again, and that's something I'll touch upon a little bit later, you can always leave it up to the employees. You don't have to do it. There's no obligation. There's certain, not always the customer has a requirement where this is needed, so don't feel obligated to do it. Yeah, that's it. You don't have to do it. So what are some of the advantages and challenges? It does improve, especially now, the findability. Again, I don't know once the search results are improved if that's still the case, but for now, this definitely helps. I have, in my personal opinion, there are more challenges. So especially if you want to apply that Azure AD policy, I still haven't seen one customer using it. And I asked around when we were still seeing each other at conferences, not many people have. Because it requires an up-to-date AD. And it's hard to combine one policy that addresses all these, let's say, 4 collaboration templates. Can't really use one word that kind of covers them all. Yeah, and this one is not a shocker either. If you leave it up to employees, they'll just forget. And then they don't do it on purpose. It's not like they're trying to annoy you. Maybe some people, but in general, they'll just forget, you know, in kind of the heat of the moment when they're creating a team. Yeah, so what is my advice? Only apply when it's really necessary. Don't feel obligated of doing it, and just discuss it internally with your customer if it's needed. So we had a local district that has an Office 365 tenant, and they shared with multiple other local districts and some external companies. So for them, it made a lot of sense to set up a naming policy. So their naming policy started with the name of the district or the company. So for IT, who was managing the tenant, it was very clear who that team belonged to. So that was a great example where it's like, yeah, you definitely should apply a naming policy convention. It's just simple. I'm just going to keep talking. This is the hard part of doing these online sessions. I have no idea how many people there are, if people can still hear me. I'm expecting Martin to jump in if you cannot hear me. But what are some external access options? Very straightforward. You can allow it for all templates. You can allow it for a selection, or if you can disable it. And these days, you can also connect it to a sensitivity label. A little bit more about that later. So what are some of the advantages? It definitely reduces shadow IT. Because especially these days, everybody needs to collaborate with an external person. This is just very common. And I think most of the times this is the case. So you can turn it off, but people will find a different way with all the problems that include with that working like that. It's definitely more an efficient way of collaborating because, you don't have to send emails, for example, with attachments. You can just work together in a team. Some challenges, especially if you start collaborating with external people, compliance becomes very crucial because, of course, you need to add an external person to your team. But let's say if nothing else in place, that external person could download sensitive files and just spread them around because there's nothing blocking that by default. And that's where data classification and DLP are very important. And more about that later. That said, there is an increased responsibility for owners because owners are the only ones who can add external people in the team. So that's where the adoption part kicks in, where you communicate and train people who are going to take up the owner role. What is my advice? I will definitely advise to turn it on for all teams, and then people start to worry when I say that. There are some ways to, you have to, of course, have to manage it. There are some ways to do that. There's something called Azure Access Reviews. That is part of a more expensive license. That's the Azure AD P2 license, where you can create a review, and where, for example, you define the review period. For example, you say every month, the owners of these teams, you have to add these teams, have to review the membership, and it can be only guests or everybody. And that means they'll get an email, and then they can decide to maybe kick out sounds so negative, but maybe let's say kick out a couple external people out of the team, but it can also be internal people. You can also create your own solution to do that as well. Something simpler. There's always a social control aspect because people will notice that an external person is added because it will say bracket guest behind somebody's name. So people can be like, hey, why are these external people being added to your team? You need to educate your team owners of the responsibility and definitely start with a project defining your data classification and DLP strategy. I do always advise my customers to do this separately, because if you do this also within his workshop, the scope will kind of explode and will take a lot longer to implement your strategy. So often we just take like a note in the strategy, like, you know, in a Word document, often saying like, this is being set up while we're writing this document, something like that. Or maybe a customer already has this, and then you can just refer to it and then integrate it within your strategy. But setting up from the ground just takes too much time. Expiration policy. So with expiration policy, you can basically automatically delete inactive teams. And there are a couple options. You can apply it to all teams, selection of teams, and none. Again, it's very straightforward. These days, it's been around for maybe like a year or something. There's a nice thing is there's something called an activity check, because beforehand, owners of teams that were being used also got this email saying like, hey, do you want to delete this team? And they're like, well, why am I getting this email? I'm using this on a daily basis. So to prevent that, there's an activity check, and it checks for basically if documents are being used within SharePoint and if people are actually opening a channel. If that happens, the expiration policy doesn't kick off. It will just renew it. So let's say you set a policy of a year or 6 months. It will check before that 6-month period if there's any activity. If it is, it will extend the time frame again with another 6 months. If a team is not being used, it will send an email to the owners 30 days before that 6-month period expires, asking them if they want to, I don't think they call it delete, but archive the team or whatever, one of the two. And what it will do, if they say yes, it will move it to a recycle bin where it will stay for 30 days. And after those 30 days, it will be definitely deleted. If they renew it, renews it for another 6 months. If they don't respond, 15 days later, another email, and then a day before another email, and after that, it will automatically be removed. Yeah, it will keep your tenant clean, right? It will remove inactive teams, and yeah, you can have inactive teams, but there are a lot of customers who like to keep it clean, so to speak. And it does reduce a lot of manual labor for IT because they don't have to go over all the inactive teams. They can just let the policy do it. Of course, there's some challenges. If a team is gone, it's gone, and I'll address that in a couple slides when I talk about backup. A huge responsibility for owners because they have to reply to that email. So again, it's an important task within your adoption strategy to also include this part, if you're using expiration policy, of course. Something we'll discuss as well is retention, because what can happen is that maybe there is an inactive team, but it does include content that needs to be archived, for example, that has to be, or that cannot be deleted, right? So you need to do something with retention. So we'll touch upon it later as well. I advise you just turn it on for a year and then evaluate after a certain amount of time if that's sufficient, or maybe you need to bring it back to 6 months, but maybe start with a year. Apply your retention policies, more about it later. Yeah, backup and restore. So there are a couple of options Microsoft provides that you can, for now, you cannot change. That's just the way it is.
Battery high.
Sorry. Yeah, so your teams are stored for 30 days in a recycle bin. And after those 30 days, it's permanently deleted. Channels are stored for 30 days in a recycle bin and a channel recycle bin, and the owners of the team can restore it. Content is stored for 93 days in a recycle bin. That's a part of SharePoint. And videos are stored for 30 days in a recycle bin and stream. Maybe you are aware that Microsoft is changing some stuff around the storage of recordings of meetings. Those are not going to be stored in Stream anymore, but they will go to SharePoint or OneDrive. So then this will change for those kind of recordings to also the 93 days. So that's nice. So what do I advise? I advise to review the default options from Microsoft and then check them with your regulations or internal procedures or agreements and to see if that's sufficient. For most customers, it is. Once in a while, I meet a customer who says that's not sufficient. So that's helpful. So they need to take a deeper look at this. And there are a lot of third-party vendors who offer backup solutions. I've seen 8.1, so that's the reason I included it. But I would just advise to look into the market, what other options there are. I believe you have Barracuda and Veeam as well. Just take a look at a couple and then make a decision for yourself if it matches your requirements and if you like the vendor and you trust them with your data as well. Again, but one advice is to definitely look into retention, set up some retention policies to prevent that data is accidentally deleted. So privacy, a couple options again. The team can be private, so that means that the owners are the ones who can invite people. We have to invite people to become a member, or public. That basically means everybody can become a member. All the content is visible. People can search for it and they can find it. And the last one is org-wide. I believe there's a maximum of 5 that you can make org-wide. It will add all the all employees automatically, sort of like a Yammer functionality. I haven't really seen it being used yet. So the main ones are always the first 2. I advise to do it open by default, because I always want people to stimulate knowledge sharing, to find content easier. That said, there are of course teams that cannot be open by default, for maybe the management team, the board of directors, HR. In that case, you just say, okay, this team has to be private. Owners can always change this, right? They can only do that if a sensitivity label is not being used. When you use a sensitivity label that enforces a team to be private, you cannot go back to public or vice versa. Well, a little bit more later about that topic. Here we are. So sensitivity labels. So there are a couple options you can do by using a label. And traditionally, sensitivity labels being used to classify content. So for example, I could have classified this presentation as highly sensitive, and what happens is once I do that, a couple actions can kick off depending on the configuration, where this slide is, for example, only available for InSpark employees. So it can be shared externally by accident or on purpose, but that person cannot open it because it's not a part of our company. It's not being extended to be used with Microsoft 365 groups, so teams. So you can say, if this label is applied, this team is public or private, and you cannot switch back. Guest access are allowed or blocked. This one is now in preview. I hope they will release it in general availability this year. But you can also set the type of external sharing that's allowed. You can share with anyone, new and existing guests, new and existing only, or no external sharing at all. This is in preview. And the last one is a little bit of an overlap with conditional access in Intune. But for example, you can block access to the content for unmanaged devices. Or you can just offer the browser functionality only, or you can just offer the full functionality so that people can use their own Office apps, for example. If you go into this topic, definitely talk with the person or the department that's responsible for Intune or conditional access, so you don't interfere with each other's policies, so to speak. And a label for a team doesn't apply to the content. So let's say you assign a label called highly sensitive to your team. It doesn't mean that the content is also labeled with that highly sensitive label. It's 2 separate things. What does this look like? Well, these days you can do a nice split between using a label only for groups and sites, or only for files and emails, or so for both, or just one or the other. So now you can create labels just for teams. So that's pretty cool. Then here you set up the protection settings. So just what I showed you in the slide. So this is just what it looks like. Here you set the manage devices. So let's say apply a label called project. You can see in the example, I can only select a private privacy option. I cannot add any external people. I don't like this error message. It would be nice if it says you're trying to add an external person, but the company policies prevent this. But now it's just a bit unclear. So for the end user, for the employee, he or she doesn't really know, is this my fault it's not working, or so that I wish they improve that. And this is what it could look like if you're trying to access it with an unmanaged device. So I advise to combine this with self-service creation. So you allow your employees to create a team and then assign a label. definitely implement this define and implement in a separate project. Like I mentioned before, this is can be time consuming, can require additional resources, so that can make your Microsoft Teams workshop scope kind of explode. But you definitely have to do it. So DLP. So DLP is data loss prevention. And with data loss prevention, you can prevent, the name says it, you can prevent the sharing of sensitive information. For example, a credit card number or social security number, or you can define your own sensitive information. Maybe it's just related to one type of project. Let's say there's a project called Project Falcon. This is an example Microsoft uses. Every time that word is being used, you can apply your DLP policy, for example. This can be for chat, but can also be for content. That's this one. So it can be both, either or both. Yeah. If you want to use it for chat, you do need an E5 license, unfortunately. Yeah, for content you don't, but for chat you do. It's probably like an upsell from Microsoft. So this is what it looked like. So let's say I create a Word document within Office Online, and add an IBAN number. Immediately the policy kicks off, and it gives me a policy tip. Let's say I upload a document or automatically save it within a library from my local Word client, Word app. I get a nice little red icon. If I go to the details, it says it's blocked because of a policy in your organization. I can view the policy tip, and the text you see here, you can define yourself, and you can allow your employees to override it because maybe the policy is triggered when it shouldn't have been triggered. Or they can also report it, saying like, hey, for some reason this is triggered and I don't understand why. And those reports are sent to a central location that can be, for example, accessed by a CISO, for example, or somebody responsible for the policies. This is what it looks like with chat. Very similar. You get the same message. Yeah, that's what it looks like. So I advise to match your regulations and internal procedures with the usage of Microsoft Teams. And if you look at those, then you can decide, yes, we need to implement a DLP policy, or policies, can be multiple, of course. You need to do a lot of testing. Let me check on the time. Yeah, should be good. You need to do a lot of testing because, as you see in the examples, this does impact your employees, because they can, if they're not aware, you know, oh, sorry, I'm such an idiot. That's the next one. The reason you need to test is because DLP doesn't always work the way expected to work. I used it with a customer who on paper didn't have really complicated requirements, but again, when we implemented it, it didn't really work out the way we expected it to work. So please do a lot of testing, so you're almost 100% certain your DLP policies work. This is the education part. As you've seen in the examples, yeah, there are error messages. People can do override and report. So you need to do something about communication and training when you start using DLP. And again, just like the data for classification, define it in a separate project. So now we move on to retention. Very straightforward. This is just aimed at retaining, and the word says it, retaining a chat, for example, or content. So making sure it cannot be changed or deleted for X amount of periods. So there can be days, months, or years. You can also say, hey, I want it to be deleted after an X amount of period, or people can change it, that's fine. But after say 6 months, this content or this chat has to be deleted. For now, I believe this is still the case. Chat retention for chat in private channels is not supported. For content, it is. So that part is fine. This advice is exactly the same as with DLP. Because yeah, it's just a similar, it's a different kind of functionality, but these are again the same things you have to do. Do we have to apply to internal procedures? Are there certain regulations? For example, I believe resumes for employees that are not joining the company, I believe they have to be deleted after 3 to 6 months. So that, for example, can be a retention policy you can create and apply. You need to do testing so you make sure it works. Educate your employees, and yeah, again, set it up in a separate project. So now we end up at the creation process. So I do this last because all these topics I just discussed, they basically decide if you go for a self-service scenario or for a provisioning scenario. So again, there are a couple options. You can of course allow all employees to use the Teams application, so maybe through the Windows 10 application or the browser to create a team. You can do the same thing, but then just for a selection of people. Or you do it more in a controlled manner with or without an approval process, but using a provision solution. Again, for a selection of employees or for all employees. There's not really a right or wrong. It just really depends on the requirements, and a couple things impact those requirements. There's some kids going up and down the stairs. It's definitely not annoying. So again, it depends. Are you working with collaboration templates / formats? Because let's say you just want to use Teams for Teams. Yeah, you don't really have to do that, right? But again, if you use those 4 examples I use, you're often bound to a provisioning solution. Although these days, there's something called Teams templates that's being rolled out as we speak, where you could create your own templates. And then if you just wanted to use templates, for like those for projects, departments, and that's it, that could work. Then you don't have to look at a provisioning solution. But let's say you want to use unique naming policies, you're already bound to a provisioning solution. If they're really strict external access policies that you can't really cover with manual use or the labels, you're often bound to a provisioning solution. If there's a different variation of external expiration policies, often you're stuck to that as well. So no, that's that part. But then you also need to take a look at some settings from Teams, because Teams has an admin center that has a lot of settings that impact all the underlying teams. Don't worry, can go over all of them. I'll just pick a couple. You need to look at your policies. So for example, who is allowed to create private channels? Is everybody allowed to do that, or just a selection of people? What are your messaging policies? So for example, are people allowed to edit their own messages? Are owners of the team allowed to delete all the messages, right? Can you use the fun stuff, the giffies, the smiles, etc.? And maybe do you want to enable read policies, where you can see if somebody read your message? Side note, you can turn it off manually as well as an employee. Almost said user again. Apps, do you want to allow all apps? So these are the Microsoft apps like Planner, OneNote, etc. Or do you want to enable that store where you have like 1 million apps? You can allow all of them, you can block all of them, or you can allow specific ones. What we always advise and see is to allow all Microsoft ones, then evaluate if you are already using external apps, allow those and block the rest. Do you want to allow tagging? So you can use tags within Teams. You can assign a tag to a selection of people. So if that tag is used, only those people get a notification. Or you can also say only the owners create a tag, or everybody create a tag. And do you want to use third-party file storage? And it basically means that if you're in a Teams application, you go to Files, you can allow people to enable their own Dropbox or Box or etc. I think I've seen that once being used, and that customer basically used it to allow people to import stuff from their Box, I think it was Box or Dropbox, into Teams, into their OneDrive. So that could be a scenario. That's fine. Let's see. A couple more minutes. We're good. We're almost there. So then again, if you go over these topics, you need to get an agreement upon all of them. We still add them in a document. You can also do it in a PowerPoint presentation, or maybe in SharePoint pages. This is what fits your company or for your customers. It's fine. As long as you add it somewhere. I always present them. So I present the key findings of the strategy. Then we finalize it. There's also a review process going on. But after a while, it's like, okay, now we need to, this is our strategy. We need to finalize it on this date. And then you need to implement it, because often there's some settings that has to be changed, like the policies are described. Maybe you want to turn off the third-party apps. And often there's an implementation of a governance solution for provisioning. The provision point can be used. AvePoint is one. There are many, many other ones as well. You can create your own. We also have our own application, our own self-service. Our own provisioning solution. We have that. And of course, you can also say, if you want to go more for the self-service scenario, there's something called from ShareGate Apricot that's more aimed at that, where they can help you out, implementing that and making sure that some of your rules are implemented. It's a nice solution as well. So thanks for attending. What I can do now, maybe I can take a look. I don't know if Marta is still there. I hope he is. Otherwise, I've been talking to the computer for nothing. But
Yes,
then maybe I can go. Yeah. Oh, okay.
I'm still here. Yes. Thanks very much, Jesper. And there are a couple of questions. In particular, there are some questions about examples about vision, goals, steering committee, roles and responsibilities. And that's maybe a bit too big of a topic to discuss here in the couple of minutes that we have left. So I would like to encourage you to go to the Discord channel and have a look there. Another question that we got is, do you have some examples perhaps for these provisioning platforms that you talked about?
Yeah, I will add as well in the channel. There's a couple ones. Yeah.
All right. And another question that came up, is it a good idea to purpose retention as a replacement for some of the classic backup scenarios, so that you use retention instead of backup?
Yeah, that's very important to realize that retention is not a backup, because with backup you can go back in a certain amount of period of time. Like you say, I want to restore that content or that site from like 6 months ago. Retention doesn't do that. Like, retention does prevent certain stuff to be deleted, but it's not a backup. It's important to understand that. So don't try to use it as a backup solution.
Yeah. All right, excellent. And the small jiffy that Bram posted here is when we heard your kids running on the stairs. So,
well, I did a session last week or something like that for in I think it was Portugal, and they were playing outside. They came in like crying. So it didn't happen. So it's not too bad. So there's some improvement.
Well, it's all accepted nowadays, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
All right. Thanks very much, Jesper.
No worries. Thank you.
Okay, go have a look at the Discord channel if you want to. I think a lot of interaction there. So really, I'd like to thank the attendees as well. And yeah, thanks, and have a great day, man. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you too. Appreciate it. Thanks. Bye.
The Omita framework is an enterprise-ready software platform that makes it possible to set up an easy integration between your existing back-office applications and push all the relevant information into digital workplaces. Omita has developed various kinds of solutions which can be easily deployed and linked to your back-office applications. Omita has solutions for contract management, HR to speed up onboarding and offboarding processes, sales dashboards, shop floor portals, and many more. If you want more information, visit our website.
Jo.
Waarom is Albert Jan live? Op kanaal 2.
Ja, dat is een hele goeie. Albert Jan?
Wacht, ik zet mij als stream dan.
The Omita framework is an enterprise-ready software platform that makes it possible to set up an easy integration between your existing back-office applications and push all the relevant information into digital workplaces. Omita has developed various kinds of solutions which can be easily deployed and linked to your back-office applications. Omita has solutions for contract management, HR, to speed up onboarding and offboarding processes, sales dashboards, shop floor portals, and many more. If you want more information, visit our website. The Omita framework is an enterprise-ready software platform that makes it possible to set up an easy integration between your existing back-office applications and push all the relevant information into digital workplaces. Omita has developed various kinds of solutions which can be easily deployed and linked to your back-office applications. Omita has solutions for contract management, HR, to speed up onboarding and offboarding processes, sales dashboards, shop floor portals, and many more. If you want more information, visit our website.
Hi, everyone. I hope this should be working. But Carolina, I can't unmute you because, yes, now it's working.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Excellent.
But now I don't hear you. I just heard
Interesting.
you, Martin, and now you're very silent.
Okay, this should let me remove and add myself. Can you hear me now? No? These are the
Yeah, still don't hear you.
glitches of let me check. Mike, yeah, should work. Not sure why it's not working.
And can you hear us, Carolina?
I have the whole screen by myself. Can you please confirm me in the chat that you can hear me? Okay, cool. Thanks, Martin. Welcome to my session about how to get your management board to Microsoft Teams. And this is a very interesting event for me because about a year ago, we were live in Belgium, having SharePoint Saturday Brussels at the time. And now, oh well, we are all online. But I'm super happy to be here, nevertheless, and I hope you have had some interesting sessions by far. And for the next 40-45 minutes, we are concentrating on the top managers in your organization. Cool. So let's get started. First of all, I'd always like to thank our sponsors because, of course, without you, we wouldn't have this super cool online conference here today. And also, please follow our code of conduct. Even if this is an online conference, we still have a chat rooms in Discord, and you can, of course, make tweets in social media, etc. But please follow our rules so everyone are happy. Cool. So let's get started with the session. First of all, just a couple of words about myself. My name is Karoliina Kettokari, and I'm coming from Finland. At the moment, I'm sitting here in my bedroom in Helsinki. And I'm working for a Finnish company called Meltlake. I'm responsible for everything that revolves around modern work, internal communications, internet, basically everything that is around Teams. And I'm also a very active speaker in online conferences or live conferences. And I love the community, so I'm pretty active in Twitter and LinkedIn. So you can, of course, feel free to contact me in there as well. But first of all, when we are talking about managers and management board, executive committee board, there are so many different names you can call these top management in your organization. So I thought it would be a nice idea just to talk a couple of minutes what I really mean with this, how to get your management board to Teams. And officially, of course, we can have these C-level managers, we can have executive committees with also people from outside your organization. But in this session, I thought that the term manager or management board means pretty much everyone in the organization who are in some way high up in the hierarchy. So they maybe are C-level, so maybe they are really the top managers in the whole company. But also these tips and tricks in this session are suitable for managers, for example, who are responsible for some department, for some unit, or for some single site of the organization. So you don't have to be in charge of the whole company. You can be in charge of some smaller part of the company. But I think the one distinctive, English is hard for me today, distinctive reason in here is that the manager in this question is someone who is in some way responsible for strategic choices you are making in the company, planning your company future in the next year, in the next 3 or 5 years, and you have more these kinds of delegation tasks instead of executing those tasks. So you maybe plan your next year or 10-year strategy, and then you delegate the tasks so that your employees, your subordinates will execute those actions and you will get your goal. So this is what I mean by managers or top management in this presentation. And now we are all in the same level. So the next question might be that how does the everyday work life differ for the top management and for normal employees? And these are some kind of things I've collected from, for example, my workshops with top managers or interviews we have done in some kind of, for example, internal communication pre-studies with the top management. And usually their work is very email heavy, and that means that they receive like hundreds of emails per day. And I'm not kidding when I say hundreds. They can have really like 200 emails per one day. And of course, no person can cope with that many emails per day efficiently. And as I said, they usually delegate more than execute tasks, and delegation and making sure that the tasks are completed are usually a big part of their jobs. And then the third distinctive point is that they are usually doing lots of networking. Of course, at these times, networking inside the company or outside the company is pretty different than it was a year ago. So this is actually an interesting point because Teams is a tool that can really help with the networking, especially inside your own company. Managers are also usually discussing lots with stakeholders. They can also be inside the company or outside from the company. But in that way, they are discussing with lots of different parties and making sure that the strategy or the goals we want to achieve are going to the right direction. Maybe the most distinctive difference between the managers and normal employees are that the managers usually have secretaries. They have assistants. Some managers may have many assistants or many secretaries. So even though if you are a supervisor in some factory, or even if you are pretty high in the hierarchy in some department of your organization, you maybe don't have all of those secretary armies underneath you. So the top management is the ones who really have some direct workforce. They can delegate their day-to-day tasks to, for example, handling their emails, making meeting invitations, writing posts to Yammer in behalf of those, in behalf of them. And when we think about this list, so pretty many emails, lots of discussing, lots of networking, of course, changes ever so constant nowadays as well. Maybe these aren't that much different from the knowledge workers. But I think the one point in here that really differs is the use of secretaries. And that's why also in this presentation, I will give some tips how you can also train your secretaries and assistants, and in that way get your management board to Teams even better. Cool. And then one question I ask, I get quite often in the conferences, are that how do you reach the top management? So how can I get time from the top management so we can be in the same room or same meeting room online and discuss with the top managers? And this is really much the case that it depends. And I think it depends pretty much on the culture of the country you're living in, and it depends quite much on the culture of the organization. For example, I'm living in Finland, and Finland is pretty, not even pretty, it's super low in hierarchy. Of course, we have like these levels in our organization. We have managers, we have normal employees. But all in all, the hierarchy is pretty low. And if I want to meet some top level manager, for example, some CEO, CIO, CTO from the company, I can pretty much just search their information from LinkedIn, from the company website, send her an email, and ask that, hey, can we meet? And usually they're okay, yes, we can meet. So it's that simple. But of course, in lots of other countries, it doesn't go that easy. For example, in I think in Germany, in lots of Central Europe, the steps are you have to climb so many steps to reach top management. And there comes the networking part. So you have to know someone from the organization who knows someone from the organization who knows someone. And then you can slowly climb up step by step to the ladders and then finally reach the CEO, CTO who you want to talk with. So the answer to the interesting question, how do I get time to talk with the top management? You have to know the culture of the company. You have to know the culture of your country and then act accordingly. Cool. Now, we have maybe gotten time to talk with the managers, or we still need some convincing. Why should they give their time to me? Or why should they give their money to our team setups and project? And what in it for me, or why, is super important question in every project we do in the organization in general. But this is actually an interesting case because I before when I went and talked with top managers, I had super awesome presentations about now you can transform your company culture and your company strategy and do everything in teams and be super efficient and super productive. And then I went to the meeting, and then the managers wanted to know how can I download OneNote to my iPad. And then at some point I showed like GIFs in Teams, and that was the one thing the managers remembered after the presentation or after the meeting. So sometimes the what's in it for me can be super simple things. It doesn't always have to be transforming the whole company. It can be just doing mobile work with your mobile phones, doing GIFs and emojis in Teams. Or then we can go step by step a little bit further on, a little bit deeper on. Of course, the ultimate goal in meeting top management is to get some kind of projects or is to convince them that we can really utilize M365, we can really utilize Teams to achieve our strategic goals. And we can use them to, for example, develop business processes in Teams with Power Apps, with Power Automate, etc. But sometimes you have to start with something super simple. And that can really be GIFs in Teams. Cool. And now I have showed you slides for 15 minutes. So let's go and take a look at one one simple demo or one thing I think may be really interesting when we are finding out what's in it for me. So I will actually show you first this PowerPoint. And we are using pretty much these kind of canvases in our management workshops, or pretty much in every workshop we have. And before, I just went to a meeting with the managers and we just had a discussion. So we talked, and then I maybe wrote something down in OneNote, and then I sent the OneNote memo to the managers. But these kind of canvases can really help organizing the conversation and making the change visible to the managers. So this is actually a lean service creation process. This is something pretty similar to, for example, design thinking methods, and you can find all kinds of these different canvases from Google, for example. But this is one we have used with top managers. And when I'm looking here, I'm looking at my other screen where my demos are. So basically, instead of just going to the meeting and start talking, we have prepared some ready-made questions, some ready-made goals for the meeting, and then we are basically filling this form out. And as you can see, this one is at the moment at PowerPoint. We could utilize, for example, Microsoft Whiteboard. The whiteboard is a bit difficult because you can't share it with guests at the moment. So I've actually used external party products with this one. So we have, for example, used Miro or Mural to co-create and collaborate on these canvases. I will paste those links to the Discord chat after this presentation, and I also have the links in the end of my slide deck, which I will also share after this presentation. Basically, the tool in here is to organize the conversation and make the conversation visible right from the beginning. And here's one example. So, for example, we are having a project about improving our internal communications. It could be, for example, implementing Teams, or we want to have more money for our Teams adoption projects. So this is our project. And then we sit down with the managers and we start thinking, for example, do we have any dependencies on other technology projects, or, for example, on some other personnel development projects? And then we can go through these squares step by step. So what kind of goals we have, what kind of impacts do we want to have, do we have any hopes or fears, and what do we want to achieve? And this kind of work for top managers, I think it works pretty well because it's visual, it's pretty simplified, and it's super easy to take this, for example, a screenshot out of this, and then send the screenshot to the managers or in their teams after the discussion or after the meeting. Cool. Let's get back to the presentation. When we are talking about finding out what's in it for me in general, we can also talk about why should I invest in teams? Why should I invest my time and money in teams in general? And this is just a little bit of extra. This really isn't the point of my presentation today, but I had this presentation actually this week on Thursday in the Microsoft Reactor Stockholm. And there I talked about how you can convince your managers and how you can convince your management board to invest in Teams user adoption. And the one thing is finding out the numbers, so calculating the return on investment. These numbers right here are from a Forrester study last year. And pretty much you can see that if you invest your time and money in implementing Teams in your organization, you will save 4 hours, you will save 20% less meetings each week, and then you will magically save $2 million. And if this is something you're interested in, or if you have troubles with discussing with your top managers that why should we invest in Teams, this is something you maybe want to read a bit more about. And my pro tip in this is always that it's not all about time and it's not all about money. So don't forget the soft side of the change. So don't forget the human side of the change. And don't forget the employee experience. So don't just invest on like technical Teams trainings, but make sure that people are happy with the tools as well. Cool. Just a short sidetrack today. But I think this is a super interesting and important topic as well. So that's why I wanted to bring it out here today as well. When we are thinking about how should we then train our managers. So now we are at the point that we have gotten time with our managers. They have agreed to engage in our Teams project. They have given money or they have given their time for us. So how should we use our time with the managers so that they really know what this Teams is all about? And I find that especially in the manager case, it's a good idea to go in 3 different steps. So the first one is that one-on-one discussions works the best. And of course, in the ideal world, this would be the situation for every employee. But yeah, we don't have the time to have one-on-one discussions with every employee about Teams. So if you have the time, I really suggest that you use the time on having one-on-one discussions with the managers. So let them ask questions because other things are different for other users. One manager might be super interested in the OneNote application in the iPad. The other one might be super interested, for example, in Planner. And the goal for the one-on-one discussions is to get every manager on the same technical level. So you define some base level you want everyone to be in and ensure that they get there with the one-on-one discussions. Then, when everyone knows which button to use when they want to achieve something in Teams, you could have the short Team sessions. So this is time when you gather your managers in one room or in one meeting online, and then you open Teams, and then you maybe already have created a team for the management board in Teams. And now the goal in these Team sessions is to discuss on the common rules and create a common playbook, how as a management team we are going to utilize our team in Teams. And also we can go a little bit further and discuss how we want to communicate, for example, our management work outside our management team. So how are we going to utilize internet? How are we going to utilize Yammer, etc. And then in the end, of course, we have the goal to utilize Teams and especially Teams as a platform to develop business processes further in the organization. And here I have noticed that creating some very concrete use cases helps a lot. For example, if some manager is having a strategic goal to improving employee experience by 5% in the next year. So you can start thinking, for example, could we utilize some kinds of questionnaires for the employees? Could we utilize, for example, the new well-being app in Teams, and then start testing or piloting based on those concrete and strategic. It's a super hard word for me. Strategic use cases. Cool. So when we are training the managers, think about these 3 different steps. First, one-on-one discussions, then gathering the whole team and how to utilize the management board team in Teams, and then third one, tying the trainings on some concrete important use cases. And also my pro tip in here is to train the secretaries, because secretaries are the secret asset of the organization, and if you can really get secretaries and assistants to figure out how to use Teams, how to communicate in Teams, how to collaborate in Teams, it really goes up to the higher management as well. So I think it's as important to train the secretaries as it is important to train the top management. Awesome. Now we have already looked at slides for some time, so I think it would be interesting to go to my demo. And I have my super cool demo team in here in Teams. And of course, we have our internet in Teams, because that's a super cool thing as well. But here we have a new team. And here we have our management and leadership team. And we have just one channel because our company in here is pretty small. We have just I think we have 6 employees in our company at the moment. So here is our management and leadership team. There is me, and there is Solomon, and there is Knut. And here in our team, we can utilize lots of different aspects in our management work or management board work. So, of course, just chatting or just having a discussion in the general channel might be a super new and super interesting thing to many of the managers. In my customer cases, lots of management groups are actually or have been using WhatsApp for discussion. And now when they have the possibility to download Teams in their mobile phones and start utilizing, for example, this team in Teams for discussion instead of WhatsApp, it really can ease up their working life as well. So just training the managers how to write posts in the channel, of course, how to use the GIFs, etc., can be already a super important and super interesting thing for them. One thing we also discuss quite a lot about with the managers are that how we can transform our meeting process to Teams. And there are lots of different options, lots of variety, how we can utilize Teams in having our management board meetings. And it also depends, because in some companies we have different, for example, safety and security rules. For example, you have to be pretty careful what kind of information or what kind of files can you store in Teams. So not all of these tips or all of these tricks are suitable for every company, depending on their own rules. But in general, for example, management board or some management group, they're having meetings, for example, once a week or once a month. And it might be that they have a secretary who is gathering the agenda for the meetings. And for example, in one of my customer cases, we have this kind of, I think, very typical process that we had a secretary, and then he gathered the information from the other managers and created the agenda for the management board meetings. And basically, they did this everything with emails. And then the secretary got like hundreds of emails about this one meeting they had once a month. And it was pretty much chaotic way to gather agenda for the meeting. Also, the other problem with the management board meetings was that when the agenda was set, there was no way to change it afterwards. So if your topic wasn't within the meeting, then you had to wait for 1 month that your topic would come to the meeting and you could discuss about the topic. And of course, this has also changed a lot with Teams, because now you can work between your meetings in Teams. And this also might sound a bit obvious to you if you are or have been using Teams for some time already. But for many of the top managers, working or discussing about the issues between the meetings and then having the meetings just for deciding about things can be also a super interesting change. Here, you can utilize channel meetings. You can also utilize just a normal Teams meeting, but I like the idea of channel meetings, how it ties the meeting into the context of the team or into the context of the channel. And I also, my customers ask me pretty often that why should I use channel meetings? And the answer, of course, is that if you have a certain topic, and usually the certain topic is repeated, for example, every week or every month, then it's very easy to the employees to find the information within this channel, so within the topic. So everything is in one place. This also supports the idea that Teams is the hub for teamwork. So you open Teams and you find everything you need in your office work inside one window and inside one place. So here we also have a channel meeting because I think it's a good idea. We have our super simple agenda at this point. And yeah, we love to see you, so please have your camera on. Then there are different possibilities how you can take meeting notes. And usually management boards have been using Word or maybe PowerPoint to take meeting notes. And some management boards have these kinds of rules that, for example, you have to make a PDF from the board meeting and then store the PDF for another 10 years. So no one can change the board meeting memos. And but maybe in some less informal or less formal meetings, in meetings that are not required by the law, you could utilize OneNote. And OneNote is also nice because it's super simple to use. And when you want to start using OneNote for your board meetings, you can just start with training OneNote for the secretary. So the secretary basically is the only person who needs to really know how to use OneNote. And all the other members of the meeting can just go to their team, can go to the OneNote tab and find the memos right here. So they don't need to actually know about the technology behind it. In OneNote 2016, we had this awesome feature where we could insert all the page templates in here, but it's not available in the modern OneNote application at the moment. So I can't demo it to you today. But OneNote is still a pretty efficient tool to utilize also in board meetings, also in more official meetings, if you want to have some kind of alternative to Word documents. And when it comes to agenda, this is actually something we have also used. So instead of having this email chaos and gathering agenda via email, we could utilize, for example, forms in gathering gathering agendas. I don't know why my super cool penguin picture isn't loading right here, but anyway, this is a simple form that's embedded in our management team. Then we are asking that, hi, I want to discuss about this topic in the next board meeting. I maybe want to name some certain person who is responsible for the area, who is responsible for the topic. Or, for example, I can name some business unit or department which this topic is about. And then we have utilized this kind of importance and urgency meter. Because it may be that we have like 50 different topic suggestions in our 1 hour long meeting. And this is one way to think about what topic should we really discuss about in our meetings. So is my topic super important, or is it more nice to know? And is my topic super urgent? Do we really need to discuss it right now? Or is it maybe we can discuss it in the next month as well? And I was creating this form yesterday actually, and then I thought it would be a super cool thing to actually develop this further on, and then make some oh, here's my penguin, and make some intelligence behind this form. So for example, if you send your topics, some Power Automate or some other process would automatically rate your topics based on these questions, and then you could automatically give you a prioritized list of your meeting agenda. That would be a pretty cool thing to do. Cool. So meetings in Teams, one way. Here is example for the management board canvas I showed you. So basically, we used it in PowerPoint. We can collaborate it on Miro, but then you can take the canvas and the results and bring it here and embed those as a tab in. Well, I tried to show this canvas directly from Teams to you, but when I want to make it bigger, Teams actually makes it smaller. So this is pretty interesting feature in Teams as well. Cool. And then a couple of last things I want to show you is that, of course, we can utilize other applications inside Teams as well. Now, we are not getting so super deep into business processes yet, but for example, utilizing these new Microsoft lists, actually they are pretty cool. I really like those. We could, for example, create a simple goal tracker for our objectives or how our strategic goals are going through. Of course, you maybe want to discuss, do you want to use lists or do you want to use Planner? And because some use cases might be done with both Planner and lists. But here I wanted to show you the list function. And this list right here is actually done with the ready-made template. So this the template took me like 2 minutes to do. And then I just had to fill out these rows in here and the items in here. But this is a super simple and super visual way to demonstrate the management board work. If you have some project, if you have some strategic goals, and you want to show that, for example, hey, we are in progress, we are completed with this task, and hey, our travel budget, oh no, is behind. So why is behind? Maybe it's behind because we don't have any responsible person for this task. So this is one way you can make the next step from just the discussion, from just the meeting notes, to really developing the business processes in Teams. And then the last thing I want to share with you today is that we, of course, can have the management board team. And there we have the management board who talk with themselves. Here is Solomon and his husky dog. But we maybe want to also discuss how we can get the management board to communicate with all the other employees in the company. And one solution for this is that we can have a channel in our internet team in Teams. You can, of course, depending on your company size, you can have, for example, a group in Yammer or some place in the internet. But a channel in Teams is a super simple way to demonstrate and tell stories from team management to all of the employees. And so here we have in our internet team, we have a own channel for the top management to tell that how our strategy planning for the next year is going. And for example, here we have also planned a cool conference using the Microsoft Lists function. And here every employee in the company can see that, hey, these kind of sessions we are doing in our strategy conference, and they can ask questions directly from the managers, and the managers can answer directly to the employees. And this kind of communication, direct communication between the top management and the employees, this hasn't really been possible without Teams before. So this is also super interesting topic, and but it's not that easy to get the top management to communicate directly with the employees in this kind of open Teams channel. Cool. So we are getting to the end, and I have just one summary slide left to show you. And it's right here. So when we are thinking about how to get your management board to Teams, so how you get your managers interested in Teams, and what can Teams offer to the management board? So first of all, find out what's in it for me. So what's in it for the managers? It can be numbers, it can be money, it can be time savings, it can be employee experience. It can differ from the manager to the manager. Then, when you are training your managers, think of the 3 different phases. So first, one-on-one trainings, then gather the whole team, and then lastly, go deeper to the business processes and the strategic cases. And secretaries, don't forget the secretaries. They are a super important piece of your puzzle in the management board work as well. Awesome. I would like to thank you super much for attending to this session. I hope you got some new insights, new ideas about this, and I will share the slides later on, and I will also share the links in the Discord chat. Did we have any questions?
Yes, we did indeed. So it was a bit of a rough start, but
I still don't hear you. I don't know what's wrong with my headphones.
There we go again. Hopefully, so let me check. I'm unmuted, so you should
maybe
be.
I can go and
if you can, well, at least let me just continue the conversation from that perspective. And I hope everybody can read me. We have a couple of questions.
Fredrik was hoping for some Finnish words like last year. We didn't have actually any Finnish word in this presentation. Oh no, I think I need to come up with some Finnish words. Okay, a couple of questions right here. If we go through those real quickly, because yeah, I can't hear Bram. Sorry, Bram. So yeah, I'm the problem. Thank you, Marine. But Ingrid asked that what about different management levels? Would you create a team group for each level? Because there are topics only for the top level management that shouldn't be seen from the other managers. Yeah, that's true. So I would create a different teams for different levels of managers. For example, factory supervisors, that could be one team, and then the top management, the CEO level, could be another team. So yeah, you need a couple of different teams for different levels of managers. Yep. And then Frederick asked, why not use Yammer for communication for employees? So in my point of view, so in my personal opinion, if you are a company under 5,000 employees, you can survive without Yammer. So you can just use Teams and everything. But if you are a larger company, so then you could and you should utilize Yammer for communicating with whole company. Awesome. I hope I answered to all of those questions you have today. Yeah. Cool. So I think we are ready for today for this session. I really hoped you enjoyed and got some new cool tips around here. And then I will get those links to the Discord chat. And we can, of course, if you have any other questions after this presentation and after this session, so we can continue discussing in the Discord chat. But I would like to thank everyone and hope you have a great conference for the rest of the afternoon.
Well, thank you, Carolina, for a great session today, and we're very happy that you joined us today and that you were part of the conference. So I hope everybody followed the sessions. And we got a couple of great questions, of course, and we can just continue the conversation in Discord. So enjoy, everybody. Have fun. Carolina, once again, thanks. And we'll catch you later in half an hour.
Answer.
Ja hoor, dat is waar we wel. We zien hem alleen, ik zie jullie staan.
In channel 2.
Dat kan ik niet zien, ik zit in de channel.
The Omita framework is an enterprise-ready software platform that makes it possible to set up an easy integration between your existing back-office applications and push all the relevant information into digital workplaces. Omita has developed various kinds of solutions which can be easily deployed and linked to your back-office applications. Omita has solutions for contract management, HR, to speed up onboarding and offboarding processes, sales dashboards, shop floor portals, and many more. If you want more information, visit our website.
Is het allemaal wel AVG-proof?
Ja.
Volgens mij sta ik als enige niet. Maar via welke kamer dan? Van het grote deel.
Die op de keuken. In de keuken bij de oud.
Dus komt ze makkelijk te
Heeft Serge is hier al in Discord gekomen.
We zitten over 104 mensen online.
Ja, vet. Nice.
Wat is het bij je?
Serge die vraagt mij of ik kan promoten als speaker. Dus die al,
Oh.
ja, ik ga zo checken, maar ik wil niet, ik heb niet een video klaarstaan. Ik ga over 2 minuten live.
Nou, tot 6 uur ga ik altijd vliegen. En dan, haar uitgedaan en dan.
Kalm.
Oei, doe jij het anders meegaan?
Hij heeft een kinderfeestje.
Ik ga hem zo antwoorden. Ik is de video live.
Wie doet er mee dat die de snoep zegt?
Dat lijkt het, maar ja. Ik wil ook zoiets.
En als we nog tijd over hebben, moeten.
Hello everyone and welcome to Delaware's sponsor session. Of course, we would like to thank Delaware for being a platinum sponsor on our event, and they have a great session prepared about adopting new tools and new ways of working in times of crisis. And I've heard rumors, or actually I've read them, you can read them yourself, and Discord as well if you want to chat about this session. I've heard rumors that they're going to talk about Bruce Willis, I think, and Johnny Cash. I saw some names come by. So please enjoy the session. If you have any questions, put them in Discord, in our chat platform. And beside that, I wish you a great lunch and see you after this for the next session. Thanks.
Right, let's get started. Thank you everybody for joining the session. It's a serious topic today, but stay tuned because we promise it won't be boring. When we were standing at the booth of SharePoint Saturday 2019, we were already looking forward to this year, 2020, because it was be the first edition with a name going beyond just SharePoints. And we could not have imagined that we will all be attending this conference from home today. Corona really has changed all of our lives tremendously this year. I don't need to tell you how devastating the impact of the virus is on public health and the personal and social dramas linked to it, but also the indirect impacts on businesses due to Corona, and the measurements, of course, to confine that virus are very significant as well. And businesses see their revenue drastically reduced, many of them needing government support. Some of them even go bankrupt or might do so in the near future. People were put on temporary unemployment, jobs getting lost. So Corona really is a big blow for many companies and also their employees. And then one option is to sit it out and wait for the old life to come back. But however, after World War II, an era where British Prime Ministers were still wise men who made memorable quotes, Winston Churchill said to never waste a good crisis. And right he was. A crisis forces businesses to innovate, to reinvent themselves, or they may very well cease to exist if they don't. Also in the corona crisis, we see this innovation happen all around us. Many restaurants started doing takeout and delivery during the lockdown, or else they had no income. And even some of the more gastronomic restaurants arranged special menus, like Roger van Damme, that you could pick up and follow their precise instructions, so you could have a lovely dinner with a wine picked out by the restaurants to go with the food. Traditional shops digitized their businesses by launching web shops. This was not only big shops, but even the smaller shops or one-person businesses that turned their attention to the web. Web shops for all kinds of products or services, even for second-hand cars, these web shops were emerging, for example, carnext.com. Look at another sector, the medical world. Doctors started changing their minds about consultations from a distance, teleconsultations. And again, this is a phenomenon induced by the corona crisis. Some doctors went a step further by using chatbots to save time at the beginning of a consultation. A chatbot will already ask the usual opening questions, make a small summary, and send it to the doctor. So before the real consultation starts. In the culture sector, we saw also this innovation. There were people organizing online music festivals or virtual experiences like art exhibitions or tour guides. And even priests are adopting to a new way of working, replacing their traditional masses with digital ones. And sometimes it's a bit of trial and error, as this Italian priest illustrates when he activated face filters for his mass by accident. So if we take all of this into account, we could say that we witnessed a truly accelerated digital transformation. And not only businesses experience this accelerated transformation, it happens in our daily lives as well. For example, contactless payments, that's the new normal now. And one could wonder, do we still need cash? Restaurants, we scan QR codes now to see our menus. And many people, including myself, learned that you don't need a specific QR code app for that, but you can just use your camera app. We now go to museums, not physically, but visit them from our sofa with VR technology. And an example of this is the popular app by Google, Arts and Culture. The app allows you to have interactive experiences, like meeting a prehistoric sea dragon, or entering the Hubble Control Center, or maybe browse paintings of different ages. Another behavioral change was that all adults all around the world adopted to teleworking, even their children who had to follow online classes. And admittedly, working from home in a quiet, organized space compared to having a toddler running around, maybe during a conference call with your boss, it's not the same level of comfort. And video calls became part of our family lives as well, when Skype Pyros or Zoom Pyros started taking place on a regular basis during lockdown. And you could say that for us, technology specialists, online shopping, scanning QR codes, that's easy as pie. But for many people who are digitally less mature, this is a huge step. Think, for example, of your grandparents on FaceTime, or maybe your parents on TikTok. Our digital behaviors are changing, and they are changing fast. And a lot of these behaviors are not limited to digital savvy or the younger generations. When we look, for example, at online shopping, there was a huge increase in lockdown for all kinds of products. And that makes sense because the shops were closed. But this trend was persistent also post-lockdown. If you see on the slide, the statistics, they show that age groups from 16 to 64, they say that after pandemic, when it's over, they will still frequently shop online. When we take a look at trends that were ignited or empowered by the crisis that are getting adoption outside of Europe, we see also some remarkable things happening. And I picked out 3 of those trends. The first one is e-commerce and live streaming. Two of the biggest digital waves in Asia are merging into what is called shop streaming. It is a mix of entertainment, social connections, and commerce, and is both interactive and experiential, and also in real time. And this phenomenon will in the future only raise e-commerce expectations. We have e-commerce, we have m-commerce, but we also have a-commerce or automated commerce, not to be confused with augmented commerce. E-commerce was born out of the intersection of big data, AI, the Internet of Things, and predictive analytics. And it's a set of innovations that can really transform the customer experience. Think of smart fridges that are able to detect when food has gone bad and place online orders for delivery, so your fridge is never empty. But also think of technology that can predict customer demand before it even happens. Now, it's the sudden increasing need for contact-free interactions, together with also advancements in robotics, that is really enabling a new breed of automated commerce. For example, Domino's Pizza and the robotics company Neuro launched an initiative where a fleet of driverless robot cars deliver pizza to customers in Houston, Texas. Finally, and perhaps the craziest of all, is the emerging of virtual beings. We are getting accustomed to chatbots, to digital assistants like Siri or Alexa, but the neon humans that Samsung introduced this year, they aren't programmed to be know-it-all bots or an interface to answer all your questions and demands. Instead, the avatars are designed to converse with and sympathize like real people. And Samsung calls their hyper-lifelike companions a new kind of life. And for people in lockdown or quarantine who might feel lonely, this could be a lifesaver. And it's not only lives they could save, but they would definitely save a lot of precious toilet paper. And with that beautiful sentence, I give the word to my colleague, Ludwig.
Thanks, Sam, on explaining the impacts of COVID-19 in private life. So when we look at the companies that are actually benefiting from this crisis, it's not only companies selling toilet paper, alcohol gels, or face masks that are feeling a positive impact of the crisis. It also has a big impact on technology companies. E-commerce players like Amazon, for instance, streaming services like Netflix, and of course, the Microsoft Zooms and Slacks of this world, who see their revenues grow. The increase in their services has been amazing. We can say that. To use Microsoft Teams as an example, the daily active users quadrupled in only a few months. It is very, very clear that the digital workplace really got a bigger focus due to Corona. Companies, they need video conferencing, they need tools for collaboration, and they need to communicate rules and guidelines in a structured way. The adoption of all these tools requires, of course, the proper change management within the organization and an explanation to the end users on how to use these tools. To fulfill this need for information, we introduced a new communication platform within Delaware named the Corona Portal. The Corona Portal, available from the left side in Teams, contains all the information that the Delaware employee needs in these times. It contains, for instance, latest announcements about Corona, but also travel notification guidelines, frequently asked questions, information about your well-being during these difficult times, and much, much more. We even have our own sentiment survey where the employees can indicate how they are feeling today. When they give a remark in the sentiment survey, the comment is processed anonymously by HR. The Corona Portal didn't only provide information on the virus and ways to prevent contamination. It also gives information on how Delaware employees could continue doing their jobs. So questions that were asked is, how do you kick off a project remotely? How do you capture business requirements in a workshop remotely? How do you run a daily stand-up or sprint review session remotely? And also, how do you follow up with your project team without being together? All of these questions, they are available on the Corona portal. In the digital workplace team, we had quite some projects running right before Corona, and of course, they had to continue. Because of the higher focus on the digital workplace, our workload really increased and started piling up. So we had to rethink the way we did projects. And to efficiently work as a team remotely, we introduced Delaware on Teams. It's a dashboard also available from the left navigation in the Teams client. And it provides you with an overview of all your teams, organizational teams you are a member of. You can see your active and inactive projects, communities of your choice. It could be an Azure user group or SharePoint user group or Forms user group. Pre-sales cases you are working on, or even a workplace to perform managed services for our customers. In the application, you can also create your own team via a user-friendly wizard, or use one of the advanced search and filter possibilities. For instance, you can search on the type of the team. Like I mentioned before, you could search on the pre-sales type or on the organizational team type. But you can also search for projects, for instance, related to a specific customer. All of this is available in Teams, so that's a big benefit for the end user, because in Teams he's already using chat functionality, calling his colleagues and meeting with them. And by staying in Teams, he can get his work done as efficiently as possible in a Corona-safe way. We also had to change the way we did workshops at customers, of course. So instead of using a physical whiteboard, like we are used to do before the crisis, we switched to Microsoft Whiteboards. Microsoft Whiteboards allowed us to do interactive workshops remotely. We have the possibility to work with multiple people in the same whiteboard and drag and drop post-its, which is very fun to do, actually. And we combined whiteboards with Teams. And in Teams, we used the Meet Now functionality, so we could simulate breakout rooms. That's for the functional people, but it's not only the functional people who had to adapt their way of working. Also, the technical people changed their way of working. They also quite fast adopted Whiteboard to do, for instance, a sprint retrospective remotely. Scrum Master, product owner, functional and technical people, they all joined the Teams meeting and we all collaborated on the same whiteboard. We all provided feedback on the past sprint. And what we also noticed is, since everyone works remotely, the importance of Azure DevOps also increased. We had to watch closely to follow the best practices in terms of backlog management in Azure DevOps, to do the right things and to do them well. Of course, the investments we did in built-in release pipelines as part of the application lifecycle management process really proved their importance. So now that we figured out how to fully work remotely, should we all feel like Leslie Gore in the 60s? Is remote life all sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows? Everything that's wonderful is what I feel. Well, not exactly. What we see is people struggling, especially with work-life balance, where the boundaries between private life and work life are disappearing. In a recent survey for remote workers held by Microsoft, the lack of separation is the #1 stressor. And the reason for that, reducing boundary can be quickly found if we just look at the team statistics. The team's activity outside office hours has gone up a lot. You could argue that this could be some individuals, workaholics, if you would like to call them that way, that cause these numbers to increase. But that's only one part of the story. The number of people that are active on Teams after hours have doubled. This means that on average, our workday span has extended. Taking again data from Teams, we see that is around 1 hour on average. In Germany, it's a bit less, but in Australia and Singapore, it's almost 2 hours. Worse news is that higher workday spans are correlated to higher numbers of people with burnout feelings. If you're a whole day in meetings, it's exhausting. Being a whole day in digital meetings is a lot more exhausting. And if you then add an hour in case of Germany, or 2 hours in case of Australia or Singapore, then there is a real difference than before the crisis. A phenomenon linked to working from home that strengthens this lack of work-life separation is the lack of commute. We were all very, very happy to avoid traffic jams, and the environment even thanks us more. But being stuck in traffic, ironically, also had an upside. It gave you the time to distance yourself from work, close off your day. When you're in the car or on the bike or the train, whatever you prefer, your workday can be wrapped up and your private life starts without a commute or a similar routine, and there's far less disconnection from work. One of the features announced for Teams aims at disconnecting emotionally from work, so that's definitely something you have to look forward to. So not disconnecting sufficiently from work doesn't mean you're well connected with your colleagues. Despite higher numbers of chats or virtual conversations, we human beings, we have a need to be around other people, to work together in the same space. We need to make jokes with each other, have an informal talk at the coffee machine, or just simply have lunch together. In the digital workplace team, during the lockdown, we had 3 new people, but for them, getting onboarded, getting training and coaching from a distance, we noticed that was a real struggle. So how did we as Salaware care for our people in these difficult times? It's one of our core values, so it's very important to us. During lockdown, Delaware did a few things. For instance, they sent us a safety box with practical things to protect ourselves, like face masks, alcohol gels. Just very, very nice. It's nice to have your employer take care of you. And they also provide a word of encouragement since you have to stay at home. So I personally like it a lot. Around Easter, we also we had another surprise. So we had a virtual Easter bunny who came by and he provided us with some sweets. So very nice. In September, it was time for a happy hour, and we received some gin and tonic, which we enjoyed very much. Another thing that we received is regular updates from corporate level, to keep us informed, of course, and inspired. Some Delawareans even showed us how they are coping with the situation, and they showed us a day in their life of confinement in a short video, which is very nice to get your colleagues to know that way. Also, ergonomy and keeping yourself healthy was not forgotten. You could join one of the virtual SetFit sessions if you wanted to. At team level, so in my own team, we had regular team meetings, or SharePoint, as we call them in the community. First via Zoom. My apologies for this. But when Teams started supporting 7x7 views, we obviously we switched immediately to Teams. The SharePoints were organized by team leads who loves movies. So logically, our SharePoints, they were linked to movie teams in the title. The team on the slide, I think, is quite obvious. And of course, we had to do a quiz around that team. It turned out that our smartest team member in our team likes cake, apparently. We also have someone who likes the Lion King. We also had a magical rhino and Pingu who joined. At one of our customers, we had a very large project team. I think of about 10 people, and we had a good morning call every morning of about 15 minutes, some a bit shorter, some a bit longer. And you could talk about anything you wanted, but it couldn't be about work. That was basically the goal. It was to disconnect from work. So yeah, it was really the time if you wanted to share a funny video about cats if you want, or have a poll, talk about anything basically if you want. And then finally, after a few months, it was time to return back to the office. But the question was, how do you safely go back to the office? However, I did a lot of measures. For instance, the seat capacity of the office was reduced, the kitchens were closed, disinfecting gels were available around every corner in the office, and you had to reserve your seat up front. To reserve your seats and to stay within the capacity of the office, we created the Stay Safe application. So what is this application? It's an application that's been built Power Apps, and it allows you to reserve a seat in the office. This way, you're sure when you're going to the office that you actually have a place to sit. So how does the app work? Quickly explain you. So first, you can select the date you want to come to the office, obviously. The next step would be to pick your office and the floor you want to sit on. For instance, in this example, it's the office Kent and the 4th floor. Once you selected those, you will get a map of the office and the floor. And then you can reserve your seats. So the green seats are ones you can reserve, and the red seats are seats that are already taken. We applied, of course, the same principle when you want to reserve a meeting room. And you can also register in the app when you're going to a customer or you're traveling outside Belgium. So 2 months ago, we had one of our first team meetings after the lockdown. However, as you all know, we are not allowed to do this anymore at this time. And we have to stay inside and follow the rules, again, for our own safety. So is there light at the end of the tunnel? For how long do we have to live with the situation? Unfortunately, Stan and myself, we don't have the answer. But we would like everyone to stay safe and take care of yourself and those closest to you. So, Stan, back to you.
Thank you, Ludwig. So what do we want you to take away from this session? Well, 3 things. First thing, in times of crisis, we are forced to adapt and also adopt new ways of working. But going a step further than merely adapting, thinking outside the box, maybe even very far away from that box, that's when true innovation happens. That is when real transformation occurs and new business models are born. So in fact, a crisis is also an opportunity. And when we look at history, and specifically the banking crisis of 2008, we see that companies who invested in innovation, despite the crisis, did considerably better than their competition. And even more importantly, this outperformance persisted and even increased in the years after. Second takeaway, that even when you face an at first sight hopeless situation, you can always find solutions by reinventing yourself, because you have to. If you look at platforms like Booking.com and Airbnb, these companies saw their revenues plummeting massively due to Corona. Tourism evaporated from one day to the other, and so did their service fees. But necessity is the mother of invention. And so Airbnb found a new way of generating business. In April this year, they launched virtual experiences via their platform. They already had people hosting experiences physically on location, but they extended this now into the virtual experience economy. If you want to meditate with Buddhist monks, or visit the abandoned dogs of Chernobyl, or maybe learn how to create Mexican tacos, you can just book a virtual experience for a small price per person, and it's just like you're there. And finally, put your people's well-being first. Keep connecting with them. Keep challenging them. Challenge them to dance, for example, like the partners of Delaware did. All right, that concludes our session. Many thanks for attending. Many thanks also to CollabDays for sending us caramel waffles. We were Stan and Ludwig from Delaware, and we would be happy to answer your questions if you have any. Thank you.
And that concluded Delaware's session. Thanks so much, guys. Really, really nice. And for everyone else, please go to Discord, ask your questions there. I already saw some interaction going on there, so that's good to see. All right, it's lunchtime. Perhaps you already have some sandwiches or some other kind of lunch. I saw quite some nice lunch types coming by in the Discord environment. That means that we will at least have some lunch now, and we will start streaming the Dutch War Room and the Belgian War Room. We are working together and sitting together and trying to organize the events over the next half an hour. We'll be streaming our environments, and we'll be back at 2 with some more commercials, and the next sessions start at 2:15. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy your lunch. Bye.